Okay, so go ahead and download the file for the oil lantern. Uh, so this one will have multiple parts. So you'll have the body, and then you have the glass. So you can just hide the glass for now. We'll end up UVing the glass as well. Just got here, awesome. Thanks, Yunki. Yeah, so go ahead, download the those assets. And so make sure you're taking notes because this might confuse some of you. Especially for those who haven't done any UVs yet. Just show of hands, have you done any UVs? Anybody here have done UVs before?
A little bit.
We rode
a small amount of UVs.
Okay.
I find my UVs always end up pretty messed up, so I'm pretty happy to do this right now.
Okay, great.
Nothing I've done looks this complex either, so.
Okay. But yeah, so Cody's done it, and I believe Matthias, I think he had his hand up. Yeah, thank you guys. So I'm not sure if it's just literally a couple people here who have done UVs, but we're gonna try to remove as much fog, from the unknown of UVs, and get that covered as much as we can today. It's a bit of a daunting task, really, but I'll try to keep it as simple as possible. And then when you do think of ideas, that sort of cloud the mystery of UVs, then please feel free to bring it up. It's easy to bring up a lot of these things about UVs, but if you're not engaged with creating UVs, it's going to be a challenge for you, 100% guarantee. So though it will be a little bit dry today, I can't promise that it'll be like super exciting because it's UVs, right? It's not really sort of such a glory type of task, not a glorious type of task, but I hope that we can cover as much as we can today, and of course learn and increase your UV game up a little bit. So with no further ado, let's go ahead and get this started. So you all should have downloaded this file. So have downloaded this and open it. Once you have it open, you should have a couple of assets in the scene. What I like to do is I like to have my outliner ready to expand, and I just have my UV editor and my lantern like this. If I need the say attribute editor or something, I'll just go out of pro mode. Pro mode, to go to pro mode, is control spacebar, and control spacebar will just like hide everything, all the shelf, the other bar above the shelf, and your marking menus. It just makes everything minimalist, right up to just the viewport buttons and the menu. And then you can expand the hidden tabs that you have set up. So what I have set up in the hidden tabs are my UV editor and my UV toolkit. So to do this, first you gotta pull out the UV editor. So I'm gonna go ahead and set you guys up for this kind of sort of workspace look. So I'm just gonna close my UV toolkit and my editor. So to pull up the UV editor, you want to go to Windows, Modeling Editors, UV Editor. Okay, so again, Windows, Modeling Editors, UV Editor. I hope I'm streaming. Okay, I am. And so this came up, but I'm going to go ahead and close this. So you'll now have a floating UV editor. What you'll do is take the floating window, left click, and drag that over on this kind of area. If you're on, say, this mode where you have your most of your elements, let's go to your UV editor right here. What you could do is grab this and then hover over this kind of space right here till you get this blue kind of line and highlight. It's really in between. It's just to the left of like these existing tabs. So let's go ahead and grab that. Now, if you don't have your toolkit, let's say you don't have that, you want to go to in the UV editor now. You want to go to Tools, and so UV editor window, Tools menu in the UV editor window, and then go to Show UV Toolkit. Okay, so now you have 2. And then do the same thing for this one. Just left click and drag that over to the left of the tab, and then now you're able to kind of move them around if you like. You can even sort of put them on top of one another to do it like this. But I like side by side. So anyway, just do what you feel like doing. Whatever can help you to retrieve the UV editor and the UV toolkit quicker. And then, of course, arrange them however way you want. That's not really an issue for me. So let's go to our Pro mode like that. So now if you're in Pro mode, that's Control Space Bar again. Then you can just expand the UV editor like so. And then you can just grab this middle bar so you can change the workspace and window sort of sizes. Okay. So now you have 2 objects here. I'm just going to take this one. Okay. So this one here already has UVs, but it's kind of just the automatic UVs. As you can see here, if you're to look at this asset here, you can see all these jagged lines that's sort of flowing right through the topology. That's just basically saying that's your UV border. To turn on your UV border is this button here inside the UV editor, is this button right here. And you just go ahead and left click and to switch between the to highlight the UV border or not. Why it's nice to have the UV border is because you can see where your cuts are. It's essential for you to see where those cuts are placed, because if they're visible, like what we're looking at now, let's just say the shot is like this, where you're rendering and then the seam is right there. That's big no-no. We don't want it there. So anyway, that goes to show that you're able to see your UV border if you have that toggled on. The other thing to toggle on, if it's not already toggled by default, is the grid. The grid's nice because you can snap the shells around on the grid. There's also a few modes here under the top here. They're like sort of UV previews. So the very first one here is just wireframe. Okay, so without the blue fill. The blue fill is nice because you can see the separation between each shell. Because sometimes just having it at this mode, it's just kind of looks really plain, right? So now we're switching to shaded view, and that's nicer. This third one here is actually a UV distortion mode. And so we'll get into this probably in just a little bit later, but very simple. So red, okay, is stretching and blue is compressing, okay? There will be a certain degree of color per shell. Pink is not too bad, but let's just say you do end up, say, moving this too close or something like that. And then it becomes super duper red like this. That's that red right there that means it's just too compressed. And then blue is just too stretched, right? So it's too far, something like this. Okay, so you want to go as white as possible with the shells. Okay, so that just tells you the distortion. Pretty straightforward. So let's go ahead and disable that. We don't always want that on. Okay, so let me bring up my cursor highlighter. I think that's going to be very, very beneficial today. So you can see the kind of the dot there. And also, I'll also bring up the show off application software floating widget thing, just so you could see the keyboard bindings that or shortcuts that I do here. I have my Epic Pen up to that just in case I need something. Probably gonna need it right now, actually. Okay, so let's go and select this one. So this one here has an automatic UV applied to it. And what this means is inside the UV set, if you go to your UV editor and go to the UV sets, you have map 1. Never rename map 1. a few students already have done this. Don't rename it. Also, don't create a new an empty UV set. If you create an empty UV set, it'll be called map2, and then Substance Painter cannot read your file because you made a map2. So just forewarning, always just stick with map1. Make sure it's highlighted like this, where you have a dot next to map1. That's just telling you that, oh yeah, this is the one you're using, and you only have one current UV set, which is map1. Okay. Hopefully that's all cleared up, and then we can kind of move forward. I usually just create an auto UV, and what I do with an auto UV at first is say this guy has no UVs. What I would go and do is I would go to the UV menu. This is the modeling editors, right? So UV menu, and then create an automatic UV. And what automatic UV will do is it will just, you know, straight up create an automatic UV oops, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do this. There you go. So let's just say you didn't have this. Let's just hide it like for fun, like somewhere there. Okay, so let's just say you have no UVs like that. Then what automatic UVs will do, automatic UVs, it'll just create automatic UVs for you. So then all of your faces have a space in the 0 to 1. Now the 0 to 1, FYI for everybody, is this entire space here. Okay, that's 0 to 1. So if I said 0 to 1, you understand that it's in inside this box. Okay, you can also toggle your oops, what is going on? You can also toggle your UV coordinates, U1, V1. Not really necessary, but you can do that. But your indicator, the closest indicator to tell what 0 to 1 is to look at the grid. So if you look at the grid here, this is negative 0.1, right? And then this is 0, where the manipulator indicator is. And then there is number 1 right here. Okay, so horizontally, which is U, horizontally is 1. So this is 1, U, and then this is 1, V. Okay, and that's, oh, sorry, this is 1.
Where did you find that again?
Sorry?
Where did you find that again? I can't find it.
Which one? UV editor?
Yeah, I don't have the UV.
Yeah, so UV editor lives here. Windows, modeling editors, UV editor. So Windows modeling editors, UV editor.
You can also go under UV and open UV editor.
Yep.
It's there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I have mine open, but I don't got the UV1, UV2, whatever it is.
Ah, you mean these indicators?
Yeah.
To enable the indicators, you'll have to go to let's see here. Image. I think it's image. No. Where is it? I think it's here, no? View and enable. Okay, let's take this out. Heads up display. So view, heads up display, and these guys, all these. So isolate, select, UV position, and UV statistics. So enable all of that.
They're all enabled on mine, and I don't have the indicator either. But I do have each of the lines on the grid has a label. So
mine are all on too.
On the X, it's going up in increments of 0.1. And then on the Y, same thing.
Oh, I got O2 on the bottom, you mean?
I got it. So never mind. So it's here. So view grid and then option box. So view menu grid option box, and then there will be tile lines and tile labels. So that's what you want to enable. So tile lines and tile labels. Yeah, and then hit apply and close.
Yeah, the tile lines are there, the tile labels are not. So
okay. Awesome. So that's it, you guys. Thanks for asking. Yeah, it's just always here and under the view. So if you ever sort of get lost, it's under the grid options. Okay.
And I miss how you get all the pen again. I forgot how you get the pen.
Pen? What pen?
Yeah, that whole slider. You pulled it out from somewhere?
The pen? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
To the left on your
screen, this thing?
Yeah, that thing you're moving.
Oh, okay. No. That's just for me. Yeah, this is not part of the UV toolkit.
It's a custom thing.
Yeah. This is just a third-party software that allows me to like highlight and write on the screen and stuff. But yeah, you don't have to worry about this. This one's called Epic Pen if you're ever interested. It's really good if you're doing instructing and stuff.
Oh, that's so you can draw over your screen so that you can label things a certain way.
Yeah, like I could do this and then end up using my mouse and stuff. So
and you can zoom in good, right?
What's that?
Or you can zoom in to whatever you're like closing in on.
Yep. Like I can do that in my screen still, and then like do some highlighting and stuff. I could write text. So it's pretty neat. But yeah, check it out. It's called Epic Pen. There's a pro version. There's a trial version. I've had the trial version. I really, really love it. So I have the pro now. It's like a buy it one time type thing. I think it's $30 or something or less. But anyway, so going back here. So always apply an auto UV. Why you always want to apply an auto UV is because you always want to get every single face to have a place inside the 0 to 1. Okay. And that's really, the only reason why we're doing auto UVs all the time, because you could end up missing a face. I've had students go like, oh, how come does it have this really weird blurry patch? Well, you probably because you missed a face and you forgot to apply auto UV, or you forgot to just UV that face. So that's why that spot's blurry. Anyway, always do auto UV first. The next step after auto UVs is this. Grab all of the UVs. So go in your UV editor, hold right click, and then go into edge mode. Hold right click, go into edge mode. Once you go on edge mode, you select all the UVs like that, all the shells. So make sure you just grab every single one of them inside the 0 to 1. Okay, and then you would go to the cut and sew menu right here, cut and sew, and then move and sew. Okay, so once you've done that, it'll all of the edges that's meant to be together, they're all going to stick and find one another. Okay, and you'll see why we're doing this is because we want to separate each of the sections. In reality, this is like the asset that you're going to be working with. The kind of complexity, it can be even more complex than this, but this is just an example. Like an asset would have this kind of complexity. It looks daunting because there's so many pieces, but once you've done a shell or two, it's not going to be intimidating, but rather just repetitive at that point. Okay, so now, by selecting all the UVs and then while you're in edge mode and then going to cut and sew, move and sew, that will allow each shell to be separated. So now within my component mode, holding right click, going to the UV mode. If I double click on one of the shells and press W, E, or R, I'm able to manipulate the, of course, the position, the rotation as well, okay, and the scale of each of these shells. Okay, and also if you've been working with UVs for a while, just delete the history. But anyway, double click on a shell. Allows you to move those shells and or rotate them and or scale them. And so you're in UV mode. most of the time when we're working with UVs, it's mostly only from edge mode or UV mode. Face mode, we seldomly use. I seldomly use it. I'm always on either face mode, edge mode, or UV mode. So we're always on UV mode. And if you double click on a shell like this, it'll show you what you've selected. And I know that reflects in the viewport, right? If I double click on this one, okay, so this is that bottom part there. Double click on this. This is the light there, or the vent that holds the cap or whatever, etc., etc. Okay, so now they're all separated like this. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so is everybody with me so far? I hope. I'm gonna hide the glass, the bottom here. Okay, so it's all here. Now, why we're doing this is because now we want to go ahead and start cutting each one of these. Okay, so I'm gonna go into UV mode again. I'm gonna select everything again. And then this time, I'm just gonna move all of these UVs to the left here. So I'm going to clear my 0 to 1 area. You see all this light gray sort of platform here. I'm gonna clear everything off of that. Essentially, it's like a table, right? And this is where we're gonna cut up our stuff, and then we're gonna lay it out over here. And then everything else, I'm just gonna leave it here in the darker gray areas. It doesn't really matter whether you're pushing it to the left or right, but just we're removing it from the 0 to 1. And everything else that's we're gonna start cutting, we're gonna put in here. Okay, so let's just start with the top, or you know what? Let's just start with something simpler. Let's start with this handle right here. So let's go ahead and go into UV mode. Double click on this. Okay, so it's this guy right here. So we're gonna start cutting this up. Okay, so how I would cut up these kind of noodle-like objects is I will create a cut on these particular edges. This one. Okay, so I'll double click on an edge, say for example right here in the viewport, and then go into the UV editor here, and then go here to cut and sew, and then cut. Or the shortcut is Shift X. Okay, Shift X. Okay, so now boom, once you hit Shift X, then all of a sudden you can see that this border gets highlighted. Right? You see how that border popped up? So that means you made a cut there. Okay, so let's go ahead and double click on the opposite edge. So double click on that edge, go into your UV editor, Shift X, boom. Right? You can also see the reflection that happens right there. You can see it there. So I'm gonna go Shift X, and then you see that part pop. Okay. Where I would create a cut for the rest of this is I'm gonna splay it kind of like a noodle, you know, or like a, yeah, like kind of like a noodle. Okay, so let's go ahead and
I don't know if I did something wrong, but it's not cutting for me.
So double click here on the viewport, okay, and then go into the UV editor, and then go to cut and sew, and then cut.
So where's the viewport?
So the 3D viewport, I'm on the 3D viewport.
Okay.
Right, and then I'm moving to the 2D side. So that's why you have to have kind of two screens, is because you can't see certain UVs and certain edges on the compressed, gross version. And then after we cut and we placed all of our seams where we want them, then we can relax the shells, and then it'll look much better. But anyway, so let's go ahead and go to edge mode in our 3D viewport. I'm going to select this edge right here, and then shift select the opposite edge, like here. Okay, so we're creating a cut on the inside seam, okay, not the outside. So the outside is easily seen, and we're creating a cut on the inside seam. So it'll create a cleaner and hidden cut. Okay. So again, go into the, after you selected your edges or selected your edges, go into UV editor, Shift X. Okay, and then you can see that that edge here, it pops. It'll create a highlight for you. Okay, so you made your cuts. All right. Now let's go into UV mode again in the UV editor, or I guess 3D mode as well would work for that as well. Go into that UV mode. Okay, and now what we want to do is we want to go to modify, unfold. Now, there's a few ways to do the unfold. The shortcut is Control U. It's the easiest, to be honest. Control U, unfold that. Okay. You can even unfold that multiple times. Okay.
Do we select the whole shell?
Yep. Select the whole shell, and then unfold that. Yep. So now you can see that I've sort of splayed this. Okay. So you can double click on the shell and unfold that, or Control U. You could also do hold Shift, hold right click, gesture towards 9 o'clock to go to unfold, and then go into the options and then select unfold. And that would work too. I like the shortcut, to be honest, Control U, but from time to time I use the gesture, hold Shift, hold right click. Okay. Now, for those who are a little bit confused and have tried this before, if you hold Control, so while you're in UV mode, it doesn't matter what mode, edge mode, face mode, in the UV editor, if you hold Control and right click, that will change your component mode. Okay, and then we'll manipulate, you'll get a modifier based on what component you want to mess with. For example, to edges, UVs, faces, verts, all that stuff. If you hold Shift and then hold right click, this is your UV toolkit. Okay, your UV tools. So don't get confused. So holding Control, that's for holding Control, holding right click, that's for changing your component. Okay, holding Shift, holding right click will change your UVs, and that's your UV toolkit. Okay, so now I'm able to just double click on the shell, unfold it like that. Okay, and then I can resize it, you know, all this stuff, reorganize this. So double click on this shell, move this here, double click on that shell, move that there, press W, right?
I'm not sure what I did wrong, but I got something different when I unfolded it.
Me too.
Make sure you double click on the shell again and then unfold it. So it must be because you have all of these selected, and then you know, you unfolded it, or you have partial selection and you missed one edge or one vert. That's why you're getting kind of something twisted or pretzeled looking. So again,
so marquee select the whole shell.
Double click on a shell. Just double click on one. Yeah. And then unfold it.
Okay.
So you should have 3 shells right now. So what I mean by shell is this. You have an island that's completely separate from the other ones that you've made. So that's a separate shell. That's a separate shell. So you have 3 shells that we created based on just this one object.
Mine's all messed up too.
I got something weird going on. This is when I try to
big circle.
Yeah, when I try to do the loop around,
yeah,
it's giving me a couple extra edges.
Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and share your screen. I want to see what's I want to debunk this. That way we know we fix all this right away, and then everybody else can just kind of follow. So let's go ahead and share your screen.
Working on that. So yeah, right here, I would go and, you know, select the one, select the next to do the loop, and then these 2 highlight.
No. Okay, so select the one edge there.
This one?
Yeah, and then go to the opposite side.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then hold Shift and double click on that opposite edge.
Okay, no, I fucked that up. Okay.
Yeah, so make sure all your edges are cleared up, right? Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, that's weird too, because it looks like this one here is selected.
Oh,
I've got
you
the
have mirror on. That's why.
Yeah.
So yeah, turn that
That
on.
would do it. Because yeah, that should still go around the whole way. Yeah, and
Yeah.
it did. And then I just got to clear off the ones on the cap.
Yeah.
Or do you want those cut too?
Nope. Leave the caps as circular.
Okay.
Okay. Great.
Got it from there. I don't know how I missed the mirroring. Oh, you know what it was I saved it and then I had that on from character modeling. So
Yeah, no problem. A lot of that, a lot of your properties get carried over, but that's okay. As long as you know how to turn it on, off, find it, right?
yeah, it just gets confusing when you forget about it.
Yep, a little bit. So Nico, did you still have the same issue? Like, did you have symmetry on?
No, I didn't. But I didn't do it from the way you said to do it from the other side.
Mm-hmm. And it worked?
No, I'm trying it now.
Oh, okay.
If we mess up a part, can we sew it back together?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
So yeah, absolutely. So for example, if you completely mess this up, wait, hold on, I'm not sharing my screen. Say if you completely messed this up, what you could do is just select all, go into edge mode, select all the verts. Oops, yeah, edge mode. Okay, and then select all. Come on, select all the edges like this, and then go into cut and sew, and then move and sew. Right, so now it's all sewn together. So now there's no seams. Now you gotta create your seams again. Okay, and then make those cuts, and then unfold it. Okay, and then separate the shells. Okay, so let me just write it all down for you. Okay, in sequence. Okay, go to, okay, so that's good. Maybe yellow. Yellow's a good color. It's friendly. Let's do light yellow. Okay. Let's do large. Okay. So, okay. Step 1. Apply auto UVs on object or mesh. Okay.
I think that's what I missed. I didn't know how to apply auto UVs.
Yeah,
No,
but
it's already done on this.
it's already done for you. I'm just
Yeah.
telling you guys, if you're the one that got this asset from scratch, then what will happen is you have to be doing this on your own. But since I've done the auto UV for you already, then you wouldn't. Oops. Oh wow! Did it just crash?
And step 1 is already done.
Yeah. Wait, did my Maya just crash? Oh, that's hilarious.
My
It
bad.
doesn't look like it's open on the bottom there.
I was trying to move and sew and I crashed. I don't know what happened.
Seems like my Maya crashed. I don't know why. Okay, so let me just type the whole thing again for you. There you go. So before I open Maya, I will just type everything. So 1, apply auto UVs to each object or mesh. Okay, and then 2, in the UV editor, go to edge mode. Okay, and okay, go into edge mode 3. Select all the UVs in the 0 to 1. Okay, 4. Apply move and sew by going to UV editor, menu, cut and sew, and then move and sew.
Is it normal for the caps to be different sizes?
Pardon me?
Like the end caps of the wire?
3 different sizes? Oh yeah, it's
Yeah, they
normal
came
that
out
would do that. Yeah. But
Oh,
you'll
okay.
have to resize them later. So I'm gonna show you that as well.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So after you've gone ahead and sewn everything, okay, you'll have to start making your seams by selecting edges in the viewport or UV editor and cutting. Okay, so that is clearly. So you guys got the first part. Okay, so apply auto UVs to each object. In the UV editor, go to edge mode. Select all the UVs in 0, 1. Apply the move and sew by going to UV editor menu, cut and sew, move and sew. Okay, so let's go ahead and close that. And let's start a new. Okay, so start by making your seams by selecting edges in the viewport or the UV editor and cut. And cut the edges using cut and sew cut. Okay. The shortcut is Shift X. So start making those cuts. Okay. So after those cuts have been established, then what you want to do is select the shells you've cut and unfold. Unfold the shells. Okay, and then after that, scale and move accordingly to organize. All right, so we got about 7 steps so far, but the first 3 are quite given. Usually, we start from step 5 to 7 all the time. Okay, so we go into edge mode, start making our seams, and then cutting them in the UV editor, and then we apply a unfold to the shells. All right, and then we scale and we move accordingly and organize it so it's just kind of together. They're bunched up together. And then repeat. Go to the next part. Okay, create your cuts. Make sure that the cuts are complete and they're not partial, meaning you might miss an edge around a loop. So make sure you're grabbing all the edges, okay, cutting that off, unfolding that. And you'll see that your UVs are properly unfolded when no overlapping is happening, and as well as your UVs are not twisted and pretzeled looking, okay, and it's just nice and flat. So the whole idea of UVing really is creating a 2D view of your 3D asset. Like kind of like creating a pelt out of like a bear or a deer. Then you're also applying cuts in certain places of the mesh and laying it out so it looks flat, okay? And you're able to see all of the sides, okay, all of the angles and sides of the mesh. So you're able to texture over it, okay? And this sort of given sequence for you that you're looking at right now really is something to remember and do once you've once you're UVing, and once you've done it once or twice, even 3 times, it should be pretty straightforward. The first 4 steps are just simply the initial sort of setup. But once you have you get going, you're just going to go ahead and selecting each shell or each sort of object part, and again creating your seams, cutting those edges, and then unfolding those shells. Okay, and then organizing them in a certain way. So let's go ahead and clear this. It's a lot of screen real estate. Let me just fire up my my Maya again. Decided to die for some reason. My license is working, but I don't know why it just would do that. Maybe because it was an MB. I don't know. Let's not blame the binary. But I hope this doesn't crash again, because that would suck. Okay, so let's go into this. Okay, so from here, go into edge mode, select everything, move and sew edges. Awesome. Let's go into the cap. Let's double click on the cap like that to view it. Go into edge mode, double click on these edges, go into the shell, Shift X to cut, and then, so let's do the same thing for the inside. So select this edge, go into the opposite edge, double click on this edge, Shift X on your UV editor, and then go into UV mode, select that, and then unfold it. Okay, so you're gonna have a couple of shells. They have different sizes. That's okay. We're gonna end up resizing these later on anyway. So just kind of organizing them in a way like that. And you can double click on a shell like this, hold Shift, double click on another shell, right, to multi-select and then move them out of the way. And as you go ahead and do this, make sure you are deleting the history, because if you don't, then it'll start to stack, and your UV viewport will, just your viewport will just be really slow. Maya is notorious and I've known to just crash the whole program just while your UV editor is up. So that's why earlier it crashed. Maybe it's a RAM thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a program thing. We don't know. But you know, as much as you can, hit save. Because you never know. So I'll object. All right, cool. So that's one object. Okay, let's do another one. Now here, let me show you what you should do in these cylindrical areas. Okay, maybe let's just use this one as an example. So this is a cylindrical area, and how should one start cutting and placing its seams? So seam rule number one is and that's tiny. Why does the size jump from like huge to like super small? Okay, so seam rules. Okay, you know what? Probably better. Seam placing rules. Okay. Not necessarily in proper order, but place seams where it is hidden, okay, or not easily seen. In this case, putting it under something or on the side of something, right? Inside, underneath, anywhere you can't see it, okay? Usually is a good place. Place seams on an edge or a corner, okay, is another. Okay. And really the last rule of seam placement is not make a seam. You know, if you can not make a seam, don't make it, right? Because placing a seam on a certain area where you can still get away with not placing a seam in an area and realizing that you don't have to have a seam there, just merge that area and sew that area back. You know, you don't have to deal with an edge or some kind of seam placement there. Okay, so do not create seams where you do not need to. Okay, so let's go ahead and hide this for a second. So in this case, when you are cutting cylindrical objects, where the angles will change. So let's just say from like this, almost like a 25 degree to like a 90 degree. That's kind of where you want to put the seam. So I would probably put the seam right here. Okay. Just because once it creates that 90 degree turn, then your distortion will then come on, and then you'll have stretching and or compression. So a good place to put a seam is on like a turn, you know, an edge. So maybe here or here, okay, and then you can go ahead and cut it there. So Shift X there. In situations like this, you can put it here possibly, okay, but we will see. So let's go ahead and try to put a cut there. If the case is we don't, like, we can get away with not putting a cut there, we can just seam it, sew it back on, and no problem. Okay, let's also create a cut right here in this corner. So edge and corner, right, edge and corner. And I also want to separate these stems or arms. So what I will do is I will go ahead and cut right there, just underneath there on that corner there where the 5-star meets. And that 5-star is right here. So I'm just going to go ahead and cut that off. Cut these off. Okay, so select those. Okay, cut that off. So now you can see like where my cuts are. All right, so I made the cuts. Okay, now these cuts are horizontal cuts. Are vertical cuts. So all these cuts are going vertical. Horizontal. So let's go and kind of highlight them. So they're all going like that. Okay. At some point, when it comes to cylindrical UVing, you usually want to make a cut that is vertical. And why you gotta make a cut that's vertical is because you want them to look like this. Okay, so nice and flat, laid out like a strip, right? Now, the vertical cuts are going to be a little bit harder to hide just because they're literally seen like vertically. So the best way to fix that issue is hide it in a place where it's going to be less seen by the camera and probably less visibility, okay, on the surface area. So I wouldn't cut the object right here because you can just see the seam cutting right through, but I could probably put the cut right here where it's seen less, okay? So most of the time, maybe the camera will be around these parts. You know, it's looking at this angle and this angle, but this will be on a glancing angle, so we wouldn't see this as much. So I would create the cut right there, and then I will just make one cut. We don't need to make a bunch of cuts for the vertical. So let's go ahead and create that cut as well. Okay, so let's continue down the line. There's another, like, I don't think this, yeah, this is all one. So we'll have to make another cut up here. So up at the up and inside the shell of this object. So under here, just under the hood there, let's create a cut. Okay, it doesn't really matter anywhere there, but just try to hide it as much as you can. So always keep it always try to keep it hidden. And let's go ahead and isolate this. And then the last cut, I guess, we could make. Is this double-sided? No, it's not. Oh, we can just leave this as is. It seems like there's already a cut right here, so maybe we could just leave it as is. We'll see. Okay. So we made our vertical cuts and we made our horizontal cuts. And then let's go ahead and try to unfold it. So by the way, these objects, this object and this object are completely separate. So so let's select this island first, or this shell first. Move that here, and then let's go ahead and go into our UV mode, select this entire shell, and then Control U. Boom. So now we have this. Okay, maybe resize it down a little bit, orient it. Okay. Now here's some rules for knowing what your UVs are supposed to look like. Are they supposed to look like a strip, or are they supposed to look like a donut? And what a donut is, so a strip would be kind of like this, but like perfectly, you know, perfectly like that, like rectangular. Or are they supposed to look like a donut? Oops. Like this. Are they supposed to look like that? Okay, what is it? Now, if you are, a good rule of thumb is if you are looking at this object from the side, and you can see that this area here, okay, is cut and then spread out like that, well, that's supposed to look like a strip. However, if you look at it from the top, so let's just go ahead and isolate this. So you look at it from the top like this, and then your shells, this one, okay, you're seeing from the top, you're seeing a donut shape. Well, this is supposed to be a donut shape, okay? Then, okay, so we can grab these edges, and then go to cut and sew, and then move and sew again, like that. And then double click on the UVs, and then unfold it again. So now, from the top, right, if you're looking at it from the top, your shells will look like a donut. If you look at it from the side, well, it's gonna look like a strip. So likewise with the bottom part here, this is, if you look at it from the bottom or top, it's gonna look like best preview angle of this, or based on the normal direction of this, is mostly pointing downwards or upwards. So anything vertical and from the top or bottom will look like a donut. Anything from X or Z will look like a strip. So let's go into edge mode here. Select these edges. Okay, that's supposed to sew back into the other end of this shell. right? So I'm going to just select the corresponding edges. We're going to try to sew it back to this one by going to cut and sew, move and sew. And then go into your UV mode, okay, or face mode, up to you. Then do a control U. I like doing this in the UV mode. Control U, and then I'll just relax everything and it'll look like that. Okay, so this one is supposed to look like a strip. So from here we unfold that. Okay, so on and so forth. Okay, so now it looks kind of like this. So you have multiple shells. So I have a total of, was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5 shells. Okay, and then we're just gonna go ahead and put that into 0 to 1, like so. Okay. So try to do the same thing with the rest of the objects here. So remember the top, this top portion that we cut earlier? We're gonna go ahead and relax this now. So go into your UV mode. Okay, let's go ahead and select all the shells. Make sure we do. So you can double check that you select everything if you try to move everything and nothing is getting left behind. Like no verts are getting left behind. So select all this, Control U. Okay, so now they're all organized together like that. Okay, so let's just rotate and orient them. Okay, like so. If you're getting like a sawtooth kind of effect like this, that means you just have to sew these edges. So then those teeths will disappear and they'll just kind of, they'll stitch. Okay, so when you're creating these seams, you can split or cut, and then you could sew back on. Okay, it just depends on what you want to do, really. A lot of the times is I'm changing UVs. If the texture is not working one way, then I have to cut it up again and cut it another way. But the whole idea is I will have as much white surface area as possible. So enabling your UV distortion at the top left of the UV editor. Okay, so going into here, right, we can see what's going on here in our viewport. So all the white parts are not bad, okay? So you can see that it's got like splashes of pink, splashes of light blue. We can address the rest of that later. We're not going to do that yet, but I just want to focus on this part of the UVing, just solely on the where to cut the seams and unfolding, okay, and then organizing. All right, so the ones we've cut, you can see they're mostly white with splashes of some pink and some light blue. Not too bad, but you can see the other ones, right? They're just terrible, you know. So you should never kind of work with these uncut stuff. So you could move your finished pieces here, and then the rest I'm gonna just put on the side. So let me just do that for a second. I can scale that down, move it off to the side here. So here on my sort of working table, I'm finished with 2. Okay, so remember, delete the history. Also saving. So like once like every other shell, just save. Control S. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab this arm. One of the lantern arms, like so. you could probably already can tell and foresee how we're going to go ahead and cut this. Okay, so how we're going to cut this is we're going to cut it from the inside. It'll be from right here. So this inside edge, okay, of the handle. Why? Because that's least seen. Okay, and it's not visible from the front. So we're going to go ahead and cut it there. So let's go ahead and cut it there. So where is this? Right here, Shift X. So in your UV editor, Shift X. And then go into UV mode, select all of this in shell, Control U, and then splay it out like this. Okay, and then kind of rotate it, scale it up. Another thing I haven't told you about just yet is optimize. So once you've selected all this and then after you've unfolded, it's also a nice thing to optimize. To optimize, you want to go to Modify. So again, UV editor menu, modify, and then optimize. Okay, you can keep hitting G on your keyboard to keep optimizing, to just do the latest change, right? And optimizing just relaxes the shell just a little bit more and a little bit further. So now if I turn my distortion on, there's a lot of pink in these parts. Okay, why? Because this is trying to flatten it out. And when it's flattening it out, this part is becoming compressed. So the only way we can really fix this is by cutting somewhere here. Maybe we can partially cut, like removing this middle part, maybe, and then cutting, let's get rid of this. Maybe cutting only the sides. So the inner sides here. You know what, let's just go up a step. So I'm going to get rid of this. Holding Control and creating a marquee selection allows you to deselect an edge. And then I'm going to make the cut there. So let's try to unfold this now. Okay, so there you go. So it's not as pink. There's going to be some blues on the side, but we can remedy this by maybe moving it in like that. Okay, now that's more of an advanced move. I don't expect you to do that part, but like what we're trying to do is we're trying to reduce the amount of blue and reduce the amount of pink. So this is pretty hot. So let's do the same thing again. Double click on this edge and then Control marquee, deselect these following edges and then cutting it there. And then let's see. Yeah, there you go. So now if I go ahead and optimize, hold Shift, hold right click, optimize, or modify, optimize. This will remove some of that pink. Okay, and then you'll have a strip that looks like that. Okay, and then we can move this back. We can just move this on the table or on the working area. So now I have multiple. So you do the same thing on the opposite side. So any questions so far with regards to this whole cutting thing? Anybody? Nobody. Okay. Let's do this
I
weird.
think I just cut the wrong place because it didn't do anything other than, like, it didn't optimize properly and it didn't fix the problem. So I'm going to just try tinkering where I'm cutting.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so tinker with that. Also, there have been cases where their unfold is not there. They're going, Harold, I don't have the unfold. Well, it might be because your plugin is not activated. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and cover that right now. So to activate your Unfold 3D, you want to go to Windows, Settings, Preferences, and then Plugin Manager. So this is in your plugins. You have to sometimes when you do a reset, delete your preferences, the plug-in for the unfold becomes inactive. So again, Windows, Settings, Preferences, Plug-in Manager. Select Plug-in Manager. So now you have a floating window, like so. And then in the search bar, search Unfold. And this Unfold 3D.mll, okay, needs to be loaded and unloaded. So Unfold 3D MLL loaded, unloaded. If you don't have that at all, you might have to reinstall Maya. You should always have this. So load it, unload it, hit refresh, and then close. So now if you try to create the UVs, you should have unfold. Okay, you can try to unfold the UVs there. Now, in the case of this one's a little bit strange. It's got an awkward shape, so let's isolate this. So it looks kind of like this. What we're gonna do is, easiest thing, honestly, is just cut from the edges, or just do one big cut in the middle. Okay, but what I like to do is I like to, let's do one big cut in the middle here, and then also 2 cuts for the inside, so one on the corners, one on each corner, like so. Okay, so let's try that, and then let's move this one out of the way for now. Select all this, Control U. Okay, and then optimize. So hold Shift, hold right click, optimize, gesture towards right, to the right, or 3 o'clock. And let's see its distortion. I just want to see what it's looking like. Yeah, so not too bad. It's quite white, so we can get away with this. This is the only thing I don't like as well, though. It's doing that type of thing. So now what we have to do here is we have to make a cut. Most likely on this side, because if you are looking at this, most of the time you're looking at this inner side here. This opposite side you cannot see, so that's where we will hide our seam. Or probably even better, at the roof of this cylinder. So let's go ahead and get out of here. So let's isolate that. So it'll be at the roof of the cylinder. So right about here. So we'll never see the seam up here. So let's go ahead and cut it there. And then you can unfold this. Then it'll look like that. And then optimize. Hold Shift, hold right click, optimize, or go to modify, optimize. So now we have 3 different pieces like that. Okay, so that's what I want everybody to do. Okay, so go ahead and start creating your cuts. So usually, like, try to find a way to hide the seam, cut in areas. For now, anyway. This is not like just only a guide. This is not like okay, you gotta do it like this. I'm giving you a formula, so it's a good beginner formula, but then it becomes so specific later on in certain cases, case by case scenarios, that you'll realize, oh, Harold's technique doesn't quite work all the time, and that's where you'll find like the little specialty tools and stuff like that. But I would say a good like 60% of the time, that rule will work. Okay, and then when you're creating your seams, hide the seams and cuts behind and in place where it's unseen. Okay, place where it's tucked away, right? Hidden away from the viewer. Or even if you do end up viewing it, it'll be like in a very small. You'll see a very small portion of it only, and most of it will be covered. Okay, like for example, if I was to do a seam around this cylindrical portion here in the middle, I would create the seam inside here, okay, or even somewhere here, like near the sort of bottom 3/4 edge, right? So it's going to be hard to see the seam there. So let's go ahead and find that. Let's cut it there. Okay, now your UVs won't just simply be unfolded. Oh, actually, you can. Never mind, it did. So you got a lot of compression as well. It's not too bad, actually. Yeah, it's not too bad, actually. Yeah, then I can move this somewhere here in the table. So let's take care of this handle, because this handle here is having such a hard time. So we're going to cut it very similarly to... We're going to cut it very similarly to... It's just a duplicate. Oh, weird. I made a duplicate. Okay. We're going to make it similarly to that first object we UV'd. So we're going to cut it right there at that the angle turn, that really extreme angle turn. Awesome. Shift X. Let's go to the opposite side. Select this edge, Shift X. Okay. And then we're going to do the inner side here. We can just simply double click on that inner side and then hold Control, deselect the edges from the cap. Okay, and then go into the UV editor and Shift X. Okay, so let's go into UV mode, select the whole shell, and then Control U. And boom. So now you have a really long strip. Like that. And then just kind of move it up to the side here. And then these ones, you just resize for now. So they're generally the same looking. And then move them over. Sort of near the bottom maybe. Kind of like that. Okay. Apply Lambert to everything here. I'm going to delete the history. So get used to doing that. Deleting the history, creating some changes, UVs, you know, end up cutting the UV shells and then moving that on the table. Okay, I'm going to make a few cuts on this lid. So cut here. Okay, I'm going to make another cut right here as well. So tucked underneath. You know, maybe I'll go up one edge. Maybe this. Yeah. Okay. And then, where am I going to hide the third seam? Probably here. The same side where the other seam was. Okay, so make that cut. Okay, go into UV mode, select the whole shell, Control U, and then boom. Okay, and scale it down. Just move it into position. Like that. Okay, then delete by type history. Okay, let's do one more piece before we depart. The cap, or this I guess gas cap. If you want, you could pull this out like so, using your component mode for move, so you can kind of UV it nice and proper like that. Same rule goes with this. You've done it once, you can keep doing it again, so not a problem. You can double click on an edge like that where the 90 degrees will start to be created, and then cut that off. Shift X. And likewise, this edge and another corner. And then maybe later we can end up joining these together. So Control U. So let's separate them out like so. Okay, so this red parts, this part is the body, so we'll need to create a vertical cut, preferably the back. So let's cut it right there. So behind, so we can't see that, Shift X, and then let's go ahead and unfold this. So now it looks like that. Likewise with the with this shell as well, we gotta go ahead and create a cut. So we'll create a cut in the back here. And then turn this into a strip. So double click on the shell, Control U. We're gonna create a strip. Okay, kind of like that. And then the rest are circular shaped. And then we move that on the 0 to 1 table. Like so. All right, so make your cuts. Okay, unfold them, optimize them. Okay. Right now, this is the part that's really the meat of the UVing, and then we're gonna talk about these special tools after. Well, not all the special tools, but a number of special tools. So we can try to get the same size, straighten out these UVs, show you how to use the soft select as well in conjunction to changing the UVs, aligning, orienting, all that stuff. So we're gonna go ahead and talk about that when we get back from break. So hopefully this whole first part of selecting edges, cutting, moving them in position, and then, cutting and then unfolding, optimizing, and then moving them into position, you'll embed this in your muscle memory and reflexes when you're setting up your UVs. And then we talk about sort of more of the in-depth kind of how-tos when it comes to UVs. But a big takeaway from this first portion is knowing where to make those cuts. Okay, hide it. If you have to make the cut, but be wise where you put it. Put it on sides where it cannot be seen or not easily seen. And then also, if you don't have to make the cut, don't make the cut. And if and to check whether you need that cut, you want to go ahead and enable your this UV distortion. And if you don't have any UV distortion, then so far so good. Like, you want a fully white result like this and no red or blues.
Or as close as humanly possible.
Yes, as close as humanly possible. There might be splashes of pink and blue in certain areas, but you can manually move that later on. Okay, so that's more of the kind of intermediate to advanced kind of manipulations with the UVs. But anyway, it's not really rocket science after we've talked about this today. Maybe a good 70-75% of what you already need to know I've told you, and from there it's just all about the special tools, how to get to a certain look, result, or whatever for your UVs. And again, to cap this all off, it's a case-by-case scenario. We're doing a classic hard surface piece, so this is like a lot of assets really in the industry. But UVing is pretty straightforward after you've done it a few times. So all right, so we'll be back at 8. Any questions, you guys, about UVing, about anything we've covered so far? Anything that you want to bring up?
I do have a question. It's not about anything that we did today, though.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if you're getting my homework yet or not. The hand-ins.
You
I
have
checked the grading.
you checked the sorry.
Oh, I just seen the grading said it hadn't been handed in yet.
Yeah. Don't worry about that. Yeah, but I have your stuff. You gave me the proper link already, right? So from what I remember,
believe, yeah. Tried resending it. That one did work.
yes, it did work.
Oh, awesome. Thank
Um,
goodness. And I fell off a little bit on this, so I went and uninstalled my Substance Painter and reinstalled it, and it finally opened.
Great. Oh, that's good news, man.
So I'll have the last 2 assignments in this week sometime. I just have like an hour or so of painting on the wine bottle and on the whatchamacallit.
The
Glad
Stein.
to hear you finally got it working.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you have it working. So,
Is there any way I can have like an extension on those assignments? Just because I was having technical issues.
yep, no problem. It's all good. So Lucas, right? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Where's? I just want to double check one time. I mean, I've got a lot of links floating around in my brain,
No,
but
I
let me
understand.
check one more time just to double check with you. That way you don't have to reconfirm with me again. So fall Lucas, yeah, it's here. Yeah, so lighting, texturing, fall, frog, simple room, assignment 1. You have the shader balls. You have the frog. You have simple room, and you have what's this? Oh, that's the same one from the first. Okay, yeah. So you have the first 3 assignments. Yep. So this is it. This is the correct one.
Okay. And yeah, I'll try and make sure to get all of these 3 in this week because the other ones are pretty much almost done.
Awesome. Yeah, that'd be great, Lucas. Thanks so much. Okay, we'll be back at 8, everybody, and we'll see you then. Make sure you're saving and deleting the history. Okay. So, the next step, you guys. Is everybody here? Hello, hello. Is everybody back, or do we have to wait a little bit more?
I'm here. I actually had a question for you.
Sure.
When doing the seams for like the lower half of the lantern, not like the base, but the part with the holes on it.
Yep.
It's probably like the back side of the actual mesh, the part that's obviously never gonna get seen. Essentially, what I'm running into is the line just keeps on running all the way through the back end as well, and then it's like, I guess I'm wondering like.
Like
oh,
in here?
actually, I guess it's behind the glass, or it's not even the lower half. It's still the upper half. It's the lower half of the top with the holes on it.
These,
right
yeah.
there. Yeah.
So,
So when you cut the seam, do you want to avoid it going behind the outer mesh, or?
You mean like out here? You mean?
Maybe I'm just.
So there's no double side of this. It's just single sided.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I was just getting tripped up by the.
Yep, no problem at all. But what you could do is you could if you really would like to, you can cut from this edge or this edge, and to isolate this, this hole here. And then separate the rim, basically this part. Separate that off and then lay that out. But aside from that, you just leave it alone, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I guess I was just trying to look at that. I'm like, I wonder how I would kind of cut seams, just kind of based off of what you've been talking to us about. But I guess you would separate that into, like, if we just pretend there's no holes there, and we're just like looking at the actual faces right now.
Yeah.
Would that be 1, 2, 3, 4 separate maps that we would cut off of that?
Just from the hole, or are you talking about this whole piece?
That whole lower piece there.
Okay. Yeah. So the term would be shells. So we'll have multiple shells. So we have So this is one piece. We'll have 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. Yeah, 4 shells, and then each hole, because you see how they're stretching inside here. Usually, you would probably have to cut this away anyway. So this is kind of like your finer detail
if you
tasks.
If you cut,
do.
like there's what 8 lines in there. If you made 4 cuts, like every other line, wouldn't that just solve that problem?
What do you mean? Like, you mean here? These edges?
Like on the on the inside of the ring. So
you here?
Yeah, just those lines. Yeah, if you made like a cut on each other one.
Yeah, you can, like this.
Yeah, or on each one even.
If you made a cut here, see, I'll just show you. I'll just show you. So let's do what you're saying. So
yeah, like just the one piece each.
Usually you want to cut it just a little bit past. So
yeah, I was noticing that too, because then it optimizes.
Yeah. Oops.
It doesn't look as pretty as I thought. Maybe if you did every one, it would.
Yeah, because this is what's gonna happen. It's gonna try to average within this section only, and that's why you're getting all this kind of jagged edges.
You'd have to do it on each one in order to split it like that.
Yeah, then that would mean more seams, right? So
yeah, but with that being an inside detail piece, would that work, or?
No, it wouldn't really work, because that would just mean that you'd have to cut all of this up, and it wouldn't be it wouldn't be pretty looking. You know?
Oh, whoa, that still came out weird.
Yep. So it's just better to cut it here at this edge, make one cut there, and then put the seam
and then just do
up
a separate piece.
Yeah, this will just be a separate piece. So then this is now a strip.
Yeah.
Right? So let's just say let's put it in the side here. And then what you'll do is you'll just make a strip like this. So you'll just I'm just gonna manually do it. But then you can unfold that, you know. So then you'll have a
tool straighten that out.
Yeah, so you can straighten that out, or you could just scale the edges. You know, however which way you want to do it. Yeah, like that. I mean, by all means, but that's like feels like it's a lot of work, but sometimes you do have to do that. Like when you're doing like let's just say like a tire or something like that, like the inside of the tire, because the inside of the tire would roll in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something you probably would have to do. But separating it out like this is usually the wiser move. So now if you look, it's all white now. Right? You're not getting the red compressions.
Yeah.
Yeah. So always creating a strip is probably the best.
Okay.
Would you mind if I quickly share my screen, Harold, just so I can kind of further elaborate what I was talking about?
Yeah, of course.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I wasn't really talking about these pieces here, but more or less, I noticed how you cut it. It looked like you left this piece here, and then this piece here is one.
Yeah, it's all one, actually.
Okay, so I guess what I was trying to figure out is, like, at what point do you decide, like, this slope here, right? Because from the top, I guess I would technically be a donut, and then from the side, it is also kind of a strip. So where do you decide that, okay, these pieces are going to be the same, rather than splitting it up into 4 different pieces like I have here?
So if it's a 90-degree change, I most likely will have a separate piece.
Okay.
But if it's looking like a 45, I would try to combine it. It really just depends on the distortion after that. But a good rule of thumb is if it's a complete 90-degree, it's going drop and then boom, 90 shelf. Or the other way, right? Going down and then inwards, then I will go ahead and cut that edge off and split it from that edge and then have a separate shell.
So then then you'd have, so these two would be this one piece, and then these two would be one piece? Or would you try and keep this whole thing?
I would try to keep. I would even try to keep the whole thing. Yeah, as much as possible.
Okay.
If I can like not have any seams, I wouldn't. But that's a case per case basis, because sometimes the angles change, right? It's never exactly the same. So maybe one time this is a little bit smoother, and what I mean by that is, let's just say maybe it's like this, right? So if it's like that and it's closer to that sort of vertical line of action, then I wouldn't need to create a seam there. However, if it's something like that, then I will probably have to break this off into even more pieces, since the change here is so drastic, right? That this particular edge, such a big change. So I will have to probably cut that there.
Sure. You might need to re-screen share for me to see that.
Oh, oops, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry. Let me do that again.
Yeah, can I just show you 1 second? Oh no, it's okay. I had a seam that I actually accidentally cut. So kind of like once you finish going over what you're talking about there, I was just wondering how you get rid of a cut that you didn't mean to make.
Oh, okay. So let's just say it's more like this type of that type of shape, where it's closer to the vertical silhouette, right? So there's not a lot of plane changes there, not a lot of 90-degree changes. Then yeah, okay. I will just keep all of this as one piece. However, if you have a shape that looks like that, then you'll have all these, really drastic angular changes. Then I will have to make multiple cuts. It really depends. But in this case, I probably would cut away in these parts, maybe even here, just so I could separate all this out. And then if I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe I can bring back some of those cuts and put it back. And if that will ruin or maybe it will still remain the same. The distortion will remain the same. It won't ruin the shells, the way it's distributed. Then I probably will just merge it back in there.
Okay.
So let's just say you did make a cut right here, and then you separated this out, and you're like, okay, cool. Well, I want to undo that. Of course, you can also undo or select the corresponding edges. So let's just say these particular edges here. You can see, right, like that red highlight that moves, that's moving. That red highlight is just an indicator that this particular edge is going to be snapping to this edge. So these are these two shells are sharing the same edge. So holding left click, you can multi-select like this. And then let's just say you ended up selecting the whole thing like this. I'm holding shift and then double clicking to do that. And what you can do is go to cut and sew and then move and sew or sew. So either one or so either one of each would work. So sew would just kind of sew it like that. Move and sew will actually move either shell like that.
Okay. So will sewing it, let's say you cut it, but you haven't actually unfolded it or moved it, would that still be the same solution? Is use sew?
Yes, the same thing.
Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's it. So so yeah, it really just depends on the kind of shape that you're dealing with and how that planar change looks. That will allow you to depict whether you want to keep a certain part a separate shell or it be together as one piece. In our case here, I think we can get away with one piece. So far, we're getting some pink splashes near the bottom. So I don't know, we will see later. But anyway, we could always cut it from here as well. If it's too, actually, no, wait a second. Where did I cut it here? Oh, I didn't cut it. That's why it's turning pink like that. So maybe even cutting it right here would solve this problem. So
okay, just at the edge of the lip.
Yeah. And then sew it back on after we gone ahead and straightened the one at the bottom. So so that's another like intermediate sort of action right there where you decide to split this off, straighten it out, and then snap it back on once everything is nicely flat and laid out. But yeah, so that's also an option.
Cool. Yeah, that helps a lot. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
I have another question if you have time.
Yeah, we got time, man. Go ahead, Elian.
Okay. I'm kind of confused how to do the bottom part of the lantern, like where to make the vertical cut.
Bottom part. Okay, so here,
Yeah.
The propane part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you isolate components again?
So you go into your component like face mode or something, and then Shift I is the shortcut, or you could click this button right here. It's the cursor with the dotted marquee.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, or Shift I would work too. And then to come out of that, just click the button again. But for this one, well, really, you only have to make 2 cuts, but let's just see. So let's try to cut this one. Let's cut it here. So I'm gonna cut it here on the edge where that plane change happens. Let's go ahead and relax this. let's unfold this too. I don't know which one this is. What is this? Oh, that's something else. Never mind. And this, let's unfold this. Okay, so let's make this cut right there. So that's another plane change. I'm getting like a lot of blue parts in the bottom, so let's cut this away. Okay, let's see. So there goes the blue parts. So this is a completely separate piece. Now from here, I know this one is all exposed all around. Where I would put the cut. So let's just say this is the part where you get a little bit specific, and that's why like research helps too. So say the shot for this lantern is mostly here, mostly in these sides, okay, like that or like this. Okay, then the wisest thing is to put that seam right dab smack middle right here, right where it's mostly hidden from the camera. If you look at it straight like this, then it probably wouldn't matter so much. But what I would cut is not this part, not the top part, but the body. So I'd put the seam on the lower half, so right here. So now you have your cut right there. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut that, and then I can unfold this. So now that blue part is gone. You have a little bit of a blue here. The reason why you would have a little bit of a blue here is because of this part, of this kind of indentation. So what we could do is cut this away. Just cut that away there, and same thing with this edge too. I cut it away here. We can move that out, and then this one we can put the seam at the bottom where it's least seen. So right here, cut that away, and then unfold that. So now it looks like that, and then unfold this. So now that should look much better. So you have like lesser blue on the edges, right? So by removing the interior portion here, and then just isolating this cap part, that'll get rid of a lot of the compression at the bottom. Same thing with the lower half of this. I can isolate it like that. So isolate it from the bottom and the cap, and then put the seam right at the very back. Okay, so you're gonna split that multiple ways, basically. So did that answer your question there, Alejandro?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Now I want to show everybody this part. So this is the part that gets everyone, I think. Well, not everyone, but the idea is I want to go ahead and straighten out this entire strip. So say you have this giant piece here, and it's got a U-shape look to it, right? And honestly, it's fine if you think about it, but it isn't, because it's not considered like clean. So what we want to do is we want to make sure this is a one straight strip. Okay. Now to make sure that this is one straight strip, there's a couple of ways to do this. Well, few. The most rigorous way is literally taking each row or column and rotating them, and rotating each one. You can do that, but there's certain tools that will allow us to do this a little bit quicker. So what you could do is double click on the whole shell. Let's get out of the distortion mode here. What you could do is grab the corner rows and then straighten these out. Okay, like that. Just rotate them in and then straighten them out like this. So you would put them, sort of stretch them out at one end like that. Yeah, so you take that entire column of edges, straighten it out, and then do the same thing on the opposite side. So grab these UVs, UV verts, Control Shift, and then move them like so. Okay, so now they're like that. Now, let's move these guys out of the way. Let's show off. One second. Just gonna put the keyboard map at the bottom right there. Okay, now in your UV mode still, grab the inner UVs, UV verts, excluding the ones that you've straightened out.
Part of one of the other shells there.
Pardon me?
You grab part of one of the other shells. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, this. Yes. So now, what you'll do is just unfold this part. And then that'll bellow it like this. So it'll force it to straighten out like this. So it's going from that to, so if you just deselect the outer edges and then do a Control U, it'll flatten that out right there. Now, what's cool is you can actually unfold only one way. So usually if I do a modify unfold, it'll unfold both vertically and horizontally. So vertically is V, horizontally is U. What I could do is actually choose to lay it out only one way. So let's just say I want to only lay it out via U. If I hold Shift, hold right click, gesture towards 9 o'clock, so unfold, I can choose to unfold along U up here, or I'll unfold along V. So let's just try U first. Okay, and then that'll stretch it out horizontally. And then hold Shift, hold right click, unfold V, and then that'll unfold it to V, to vertical. So now I have a strip laid out like that. So let's look at my UVs so far. Okay. So still got a lot of compression still. This is normal. Okay. Now most people would probably stop there, okay, and then just look at their distortion and maybe like optimize, okay. And then, you know, that gets a little bit better, right? So now there's sort of less blue if I optimize. Okay, so I can do that again. Unfold U, unfold V. Or what you could do is this, hold Shift, hold right click, gesture toward the 2 o'clock, and then go to straighten, and then straighten UVs. Or you could try modify. Oops, wait, let me just let this finish. This one will take a little bit of time. Not too much time, but just it'll think for sure. Considering it's like a slightly dense mesh. On a lighter mesh, these actions won't take as long, but because this one basically looks like it's subdivided, it will take a little bit of time. So letting that think. You can also cancel an action if it's not working for you.
That's what happens when mine crashes.
Yeah, you can just hit escape if that's not working. Oh, did it. Yay. So now you have a straightened out shell. Look how straight that is. Oh my goodness, it's like mechanically straight. And then you can unfold via U again. Okay, and then that should get rid of some of the red stretching, and then unfold V. Okay, so now you got a pretty straight and rectangular or straight strip that will cover this bottom part. Okay, a little bit of blue doesn't help. A little bit of red doesn't. Sorry, a little bit of blue or red doesn't. It's not too bad. Doesn't hurt. But keeping it organized like this certainly will be very helpful. So, that's essentially what you want to do with the rest of the objects that you have set up. Set them up as strips. So that will take a number of steps to do. But what you could do is straight up. So for example, if I'm trying it on this particular shell right here. Okay, if I went hold shift, hold right click, straighten UVs. It won't do such a good job just because the rest of the shell doesn't have a straight looking shape. It's gotta be like in the vicinity of a straight strip, and then the algorithm will go, oh, okay, I think I know how to sort this together. So it's gotta be within that rectangular shape-ish, and then the algorithm will just clean it up. So here's another method of doing that. We can go into our UV mode again, and then grab the UV verts on the edges. So do that exact same thing. But this time, if you press B, you have your soft select. If you hold B and then left click, hold B, left click, and drag, you're able to change the influence, correct? So now if I made this and rotated it like that, so made this strip kind of straightish like this, and then do the opposite side as well, mirror this action. Press B on your keyboard to enable the soft select, and then kind of like, you know, make like a shape that looks like that. And then I can do unfold U, unfold V. So now I have a sort of straight looking, unorganized looking shell. Okay, then I can try hold shift, hold right click, straighten UVs. Or the other way to get it is modify straighten UVs. So at UV editor, modify menu, straighten UVs. And then we'll see how this one will do. There you go. See? Much better. So let's unfold U, unfold V. And there we go. Okay, so let's check our distortion. It's got a little bit of red in the bottom, because this red is a roll-off. Yeah, that red part is really a roll-off. So what we could do is grab these ones at the bottom and relax them a little bit by pulling them apart like that. This one will take a little bit of time. Like, you guys, I'm not really too critical that you're gonna do this whole, like, all the manual work that I'm doing right now. I'm not critical about it. What I do want you to take away is the techniques that I'm showing you. And figuring out how to properly get a white looking set of UV shells is the way to go. So remember, red is compression, right? So if it's compressing, then, well, we release it, we relax it. So to relax it, then you want to separate it, right, away. So let's pull this down a little bit so it'll be more white. See, now that this whole shape here is white. Compared to what it was earlier, it was really red. Okay, so that's like a couple of ways of fixing those bent shells, as well as a couple of manual ways to relieve your mesh from either stretching or compressing. So if it's stretching, then you want to bring those UVs together, right? Because you're doing the other way. If it's compressing and it's too close, then you want to flatten it out and spread it apart. So you'll get more of a white result. Okay, so that's kind of the part that you're fixing, right? You're getting rid of the whites, you're getting rid of the reds and the blues. Okay, so I'll let you guys kind of think about that part for a moment. Okay. Now I want to get to like the sort of refinement part of this. So you know the how to get rid of the red parts and how to get rid of the blue parts. Possibly have a good idea as to where to make those cuts based on the shape of the mesh. Now it's just the organization part of the UVs. You've learned also how to sew those edges back in case you don't want them. You also know how to move these UVs around, so you know which part belongs to which. Okay. We're gonna do a couple of things, and the first thing is we want to make sure that all the UV shells are the same size, meaning relative to one another, because certain UV shells could be too big, certain UV shells would be too small. So we want them all as one set number that fits within the 0 to 1. And how to fix this is by using something called a textile density setter. And when we set the textile density within this 0 to 1, we're able to maintain the same size of shells, because we don't want a shell that's occupying way too much space within the 0 to 1 when it really shouldn't be. Okay. And so you always want to use this textile density calculator in order for you to set the sizes of those UV shells. None should be too small and none should be too big. All right. So that's our first thing that we're going to do. That was like step 8 or something. I think that was step 8. Okay. So change, let's see. What is the word I'm looking for here? Make textile density consistent. Okay. The next step would be orienting everything, all the shells in the 0 to 1. And what this means is, okay, is my shell upside down? Is it sideways? Does it need to be rotated a certain way in order for this to make sense? So for example, if you're thinking about, let's just say the screen on the, the handle on the screen left, the one with no reds on it. Okay, which part is the top of the handle and which part is the bottom, right? So let's go ahead and have a look. So if I double click on this shell here, this part, this top part is the top, So because I can go into face mode, select these faces at the top, and that clearly reflects the top, right? And then same thing with the bottom. This is the bottom. Okay, we want to make sure that our UVs are oriented properly from top to bottom, right? So none of the UVs are like sideways or in an angle like that. Okay, as much as possible, keep them straight. So for handles like this, what you could do is rotate these, hold shift, hold right click, and then gesture towards 6 o'clock. And then you could rotate clockwise and counterclockwise, depends which way you want to go. You can also go to your UV toolkit and then go under transform. And then you can, under tools, or just beneath the tools, I should say, you can rotate your shells like so. Okay, so you can rotate your shells and kind of align them like this. So orienting is very important, right? Even these ones. So for example, if I was to choose this is the front. Even the islands that are circular like this. So think about it, instead of thinking about it from top to bottom, you're thinking front to back. So if these faces here are at the front, okay, how would they correspond to looking like in the UV editor? So what I like to do is, if I know that these faces are at the front, what I will do is I'll rotate this UV shell so the bottom area will be the front and then the back area will be at the top. So let's just say these ones here. So I'll have to rotate them just a slight bit more. Okay, so something like that. Okay, so likewise with the bottom. So these four here are gonna be the front. Okay, I'm gonna rotate them the other way, like so. So let's check again. Okay, so now UVs, you guys, are not like easy work. It's a kind of a slightly steep learning curve. It's not too steep, but once you understand how to make those cuts, unfold and optimize, and now what we're doing is we're doing the refinement part where you're making the orientation make sense when you're looking at this sort of 2D version of the 3D in the UV editor. Okay, so 9, orient shells based on 3D positioning. So front to back and top to bottom. Okay. So likewise with like this strip here. So I know immediately that the middle part there, that's the cut. Where's the cut for this? Oh, it's here in the side. Okay, never mind. So this is oriented from top. So let's just say these faces are at the top. Okay, you see how this is at the bottom? We want to go ahead and rotate this. So if we're to select these faces here, they're actually oriented at the top and not the one not at the bottom. Okay, these selecting faces and stuff, those are my indicators as to whether my shells are actually oriented properly, whether they're oriented vertically and horizontally proper, okay, based on the 3D positioning. Why that's the case is because, let's just say you pass this on to someone, you're the one that's UVing, you pass it on to someone, and then your UVs are like upside down, inverted, sideways, and usually that is messy because now I have to go and fix that, first of all. Second, I don't know where I'm painting. Like the moment I'm painting and I go, okay, so I think the shell is here, And I'm like, where's the front? Like, is this the front, like at the top right or bottom left? Like, where's the front? Is it the side? You know, so that's why orienting is such an important part of this. Okay. Now, the last step, after you've gone ahead and oriented everything, the last step would be packing everything, packing all the shells within the 0 to 1 space. Okay. Or packing shells in the proper UDIM order. We're not going to go over UDIM. However, UDIMs is just essentially saying that we can use all of the other, you see all these boxes? UV21, UV31, UV41, UV51. We're able to use those spaces, okay? But in a 3D application only, not in video games or anything like that. So for video games, most of you guys are going to be using video games and creating video games and creating video game assets. You're always going to be sticking within the 0 to 1. So that's why it's important for you to just stay here and work with everything in here. Okay, so that was the last step. The last step is to pack all the shells within the 0 to 1 space. Packing all the shells in there so it all fits. And that will work in conjunction with the textile density that we're going to go over it with right now. So let's do that. So if you go to your UV toolkit, and now within your transform drop down, the very bottom of this, you have your textile density, and it's right here. These guys. Let's undo that. So these guys right here. So this is your textile density information. So let's go ahead and learn of this for a second. So you want to choose a map size. So we're always going to be doing 2K, so 2048, but you always want to set your map size. So let's just say you are going to be doing 4K, so that's 4096. So it's just 2048, you know, times 2 really. 2048. Okay. And then now there's 3 values. There's get. There is this empty, or sorry, this value slot, and then there's a set. Okay. So if you want to know the current textile density of, let's just say, this shell, what you'll do is double click on this shell and then press get, and then you'll get a value. In this case, 17.6160. Let's go ahead and double click on this one and then press get. See, you're going to see that they have different values, right? So this one's 24, this one's 22, this one's 20. If I get that, this is 23. So they're all different. We don't want them different. We want them the same. So this is what we'll do. We'll choose a number, okay, based on the map size. Those values are sometimes arbitrary. 20, like what's 23, right? Like based on whatever map size you're using. So the idea is find a value that will suit the size for all the shells while allowing them to remain within the 0 to 1. Okay, so let's just pick a number. Let's just say 20. Okay, let's just say 20 because it seems like the majority of it is like 20-ish. So let's pick 20. And then go into your UV component mode and then select all the UVs within the 0 to 1 that you've laid out so far. So we're not selecting these ones here, the one that we haven't finished yet. We're only going to select these ones here in the 0 to 1. Hit set. Some of them are going to increase in size. Some of them are going to decrease in size. So you see these ones pop, these ones pop down, these ones, the other ones popped up. Okay, so now what you'll do is based on this new size, you'll go ahead and, you know, move them around and try to fit them within the 0 to 1. So this one isn't fixed yet, so that's why that's sort of in the way there. Okay, so let's move that in here. Okay, so on and so forth. So let's say we pick 20. Okay. You can also change that value. Okay, and then obviously, increase a little bit, maybe decrease a little bit if it's too much. Now, we haven't done every single piece yet. So that's why a number like 20 or 19 would be a good number. And then usually you'd have a lower value at first. And then later on, when you're able to unfold everything, then you can choose to increase that textile density value and then try to pack everything in the 0 to 1. Okay, but make sure that the shells that belong to the same object, so let's just say this particular object, okay, part of the object, all the UVs that correspond to this object or this part of the object is together. Because if they're separate and they're like sort of like one is like all the way over there and then one is sort of on the across the opposite side, it wouldn't be pleasing to you. First of all, it wouldn't be pleasing to the one who's working on this. You'd be like, where's like why is it up here? It should just be together. Okay, all of them should be nearby one another. Those shells shouldn't be too far from one another. Anyway, the ones that are supposed to be matching. So we can pack that down there. Okay, another thing too that maybe you would want to keep in mind is what you could do is organize them so then each piece is positionally, anyway, each piece positionally is listed properly from top to bottom in the UV 0 to 1 space. That one's a little bit, that's just an option if you really want to do that. For example, this handle here would be probably placed at the top here somewhere like that. And then, this bottom piece here would be placed near the bottom, etc. That type of thing. So it just depends how you want to think about it, really. But you want to go ahead and try to orient them that way. Keep in mind also, when you're packing your stuff, your shells in the 0 to 1, you don't want any UVs spilling out of the 0 to 1, meaning like this. So you don't want them passing this 0 to 1 line. So something like that. Okay, you don't want them spilling, not even a little bit. Okay, you want them you want all the shells to be within the box. Okay, the 0 to 1 box. Because if they're spilling, Substance can't read it, or it doesn't want to read it. It's like, I don't know why the shell is spilling. I'll just give you an error. So that's why. Also, the other thing is give some space between each shell. So a good buffer, not too huge. Okay, and I'm not saying like not that big. That's super huge. Okay, so something maybe like that. Okay, like would be good. Just some space. As a beginner, give yourself, a good amount of space between each shell. Like, you don't want to be too cramped. But at the same time, you want to use as much space in the 0 to 1 as possible. So no empty areas. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and just reveal this one more time. So make textile density consistent, orient the shell space on the 3D positioning, so front to back, top to bottom, even left to right too. You can think about that. Okay, it just depends on the positioning of each object and each shell in the 3D space. And then packing all the shells within the 0 to 1. Okay, let's go ahead and trash this. Now, what I mean by wasted space is all this space. That's too much wasted space. Okay, too much. That's like 50%. Okay, so you wasted 50% of the space. We don't want that. All right, we want to fill every single spot with as little dead space, as possible. Because if there's dead space, it's just wasted space that you could use by increasing your shells, okay, and then using that space to get more information. Because if you have all this space, just get a bright red space. If you have all this space to play around with, that's so much pixel loss. You know, look at this. Like, that's, you could have so much more information that you could play with if you leave all this space. That's why a lot of you could have a 2K map. A 2K map is really big. It's big enough anyway. And it's wasted if your shell is so tiny because it's not getting the amount of pixels that it needs in order for you to display the texture resolution that you need to be working with. So eliminate all the dead space. Like even like, you know, a space like this, you can even tighten that space by increasing the textile density just a tad bit. You know, don't be lazy when it comes to this stuff, especially when you're doing UVs and you're passing that on to someone and they're the ones responsible for texturing. Maybe it really depends what your task is, or maybe you're passing it on to yourself. You know, especially for yourself, do your due diligence and don't waste space, because if you waste too much space, then that's just wasted opportunity for details, right? Wasted opportunity for pixels. So push the sizes of the textile density, push the sizes of the shells. So then there's enough space that's in between them, while at the same time trying to take advantage of as much space within the 0 to 1. Now, the story is a little bit different when it comes to UDIMs, however, because for UDIMs, what you would have to do with UDIMs is you're using all this, you know, all of these squares, all these tiles, right? So 50 of them in exact. So instead of simply just using this little corner, you're actually using this entire space. So you have 50 of these. Well, you know what, 100. So there's 10, you know, there's 10 going this way, and then there's 10 going that way. So you have 100 0 to 1 spaces. So let me repeat, you have 100 you know, UV spaces that you could use. Now, I've never reached 100. I've done 50 or so UDIMs, and it's a headache, believe me. So, you know, we're talking environments, we're talking big robots, you know, we're talking big creatures, right? So that would be the case. So 50 UDIMs. But in your case, a demo reel, maybe you can go 20 or less than that, 10, 12, if you're doing UDIMs. But in my case, we were doing like 50 UDIMs, 4K each. Oh my goodness. Big.
So
assets.
is utilizing UDIMs strictly dependent upon the size of the texture? Like you're saying 2K or 4K as an example?
Nope. They could be 50 8K images. So it doesn't really matter. You're just utilizing the UV space because you want more resolution.
So is that a specific setting within Substance to actually utilize the UDIM versus just doing the 1 0 to 1?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So yeah, that's the every time you start a new project, at the bottom of that new window prompt, you'll get the sort of UV tiling option. You can choose to tile it or not. But it'll detect it. I think. If not, you just set it to be doing multiple tiles. So anyway, we're not gonna do UDIMs in this class. I tried it before. It got too confusing with people. Some people understood it, but they didn't use it properly. So this is me like, I think this probably should be left for advanced users. So anyway, that's just UDIM. So use just the idea that we're using all of these tiles starting from 1 moving to 10 towards the right, so all those U dimensions, right? And then going to 11 just the row above that to 20, and so on and so forth. And then dim is just dimensions, so u-dimensional, multi-dimensional tiling. So for 3D that works. For video games, not really. You'll only really care about UDIMs if you are doing film projects. If you are doing a video game project, so far from what I know, Unreal's not doing UDIMs. Maybe in the future, we don't know. But right now, you're for video game artists and creators, what you guys are left with, and what you're capable of doing is packing everything into 0 to 1. So in here, and then increasing your map size to like 4K or 8K, and try to take advantage of the texel density sizes, right? And grab as much, space as possible. If you can pack your UVs so they're all large enough, so you'll have enough of that detail that's on there, all right? Any questions so far with UVs? Hopefully what I gave today will get you there like 60-70% of the way. Any questions?
No, I was coming along pretty well until Maya decided to freeze up on me.
Yeah.
It hasn't crashed, so I'm gonna let it ride out. But it's loading.
Okay.
It's been going for a few minutes now.
I hope it'll figure itself out, because man, it's scary.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've been saving every object I unwrapped anyway, so
okay,
I won't lose anything. It's just slow.
Okay, good. So no questions, huh?
I did miss when you did the handle. Did you do that as all one piece, or did you cut it in half? Or
This handle?
no, the part that hangs.
Part that hangs. Oh, this one.
That handle.
Yeah, it's just one piece.
Okay, because mine is all funky. Oh, hey, it stopped loading. It's got all the red and blue in there, the way it unfolded. So I'm wondering if.
Yeah, do you want to share your screen, or that way we could see what's going on?
Oh yeah, it's not a problem.
Okay.
It's nothing major. It's just like there's the stretching and where is it? Here we go. So yeah, it's got some on both ends, and then roughly in the middle where that kind of hook part is.
Yeah.
And then yeah, both ends where it's hooking around. Should I be cutting into that, or just is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine. Like, oh, by the way, like this is one of those like pick and choose type things. Why I say that is because the handle is so thin.
Yeah, that's what I was
so
thinking.
Small. Yeah.
Yeah.
That what you could do though is this. You could stretch. So for example, you can take this entire shell like that and stretch it like this. So you can see how the white starts to disappear. The blue and the red starts to disappear, right?
I can't see your screen when mine's going, so.
Oops, sorry.
I think we got the idea. I'll stop.
Okay. Let me just share that one quick. So just double click on the shell right here.
Yeah.
And then with your scale tool, you just go ahead and scale it Y, and then you see a lot of the blue and the red starts to kind of disappear.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can fake it a little bit if you stretch parts.
Yeah. So you're just trying to eliminate the reds, right? And the blues, you could manually bring them in, because if they're stretching too far, you could push them in like that, flatten it out or something. But just something, like that. Just some manual moves. The reason why they're doing this is because they are bending, but it's not so bad though. If you look at the distortion, it's not so red as, it's not as red as, this part here.
Yeah.
but it's there. It's pinkish though. It's not too bad. Like I don't want to see anything too red. So and it's also hidden, and it's at the bottom there, right? So
Yeah.
if you go back and sort of stare at this, it's pretty white. Like I don't see anything.
Yeah,
too
I think I'll
red.
probably just leave it because it's
Yeah.
it's only like on that. Okay, there's a nice little spot at the top of that hook, but again, it's only going to be like a metal.
Yeah.
Like you're probably not even going to be taking that into substance. You're just going to be like coloring that.
Yeah, you're just filling it in, right? Just fill it in with
Yeah,
like,
so it's not
yeah.
going to make a difference. So okay,
Yeah.
I won't stress about that one.
No, not at all. It's one of those.
I just was making sure it wasn't like, is that how it's supposed to be? Or
Yeah.
You know, I didn't want to be doing something wrong, right?
No, not necessarily, and really just making those like corrections. Will you go over later on? The reality is, you guys, when you're moving your UVs around, you start to notice things like the stretching and the compressions. And you go, maybe I should fix this. I'll fix this later. There's that refinement stage. You're going back from the beginning again. Maybe you're like, you know what? I don't like this shell, whatever. You just undo everything by sewing everything together, right? And then rethink your strategy. Okay, should I cut this in multiple other pieces, not just one big piece? Where should I cut it? How should I cut it? Should I cut it should I start from one area and then change the route and go another area? I showed you the easy way of cutting, but in reality is if, for example, you have an organic character and the seam lines would change. Say maybe you have one edge and all of a sudden it needs to change, goes to another edge, right? So you have to manually select all those edges so then you can get the right cut. Stuff like this. So be aware of those, you guys. And you're refining your UV shells over time. Okay, maybe you realize, okay, pixel density could go bigger. No, it's too big. I can maybe make it smaller, stuff like this. So we went over every single sort of step, how we would go from 0 to somewhat finished. And from there you're just refining, massaging till each shell, till we fulfilled each step, right? And each shell's looking oriented, very good looking, unfolded, optimized, and laid out properly in the 0 to 1, with no dead space. So yeah, so keep it up, and unfold the whole thing. So that includes this glass part. So make sure you do the glass part too. The wick also. The wick is a little bit awkward, but just cut it somewhere. Like cut it somewhere vertically like this, and just lay that out. This one's not too critical, to be honest, just because it's just the wick. We're not even gonna touch this. But anyway, you can just cut that and put that there. Yeah, there's like some advanced principles with UVs too, but I don't want to overwhelm you. I think that's enough for the day. This is, I think, as much as I could give you today. Maybe next time we can do more. But hopefully you'll be able to understand each step, right? And then moving from the beginning steps, automatic UVs, joining all the edges, start cutting, slicing, separating, and then unfolding those shells, optimizing those shells, okay, straightening those shells, making those shells, either circular or as strips. Okay, setting your textile density, orienting each shell, and then packing it all in the 0 to 1. So all of that will just be repetitive at some point, and then over time you'll find out like little nuggets, tips here and there as to how to properly lay out your UVs. Also, if you're like me and you mess around with other texturing and or UVing programs, there are others out there that allow you to do your UVs slightly bit quicker. I wouldn't say double the speed, but I would say can do it as quick or not, just a little bit quicker. But the principles are the same. You're cutting certain areas away, and then you're unfolding that and relaxing that part, and then putting that in the 0 to 1, or in the corresponding UDIM space. That's just up to you how you want to go about doing that. But there's a lot of ways you can create your UVs. There's a lot of tools out there for sure. There's a lot of even automated plugins that allow you to do your UVs. There's even this UV auto seam button. That one's a little bit dangerous because you don't know where the seams will be. So that's why it's very important that we cut it ourselves manually, because the computer is not going to go, you know what, I think, it's not going to act like a human. It's still going to think like a computer. It will attempt to put those seams in those hidden areas for sure. But it's never going to be guaranteed that it's the correct placement. So that's why I taught you today not to use the auto, none of these cylindrical, planar, spherical, but rather doing it manually, per edge, and choosing where you'll put that seam, right? Using your own human judgment and artistic judgment to place those seams. Before, it was such a problem with UVs. Now I'm just ranting here, but you guys can keep working. But it was such a problem with UVs before, where we didn't have Substance Painter, we didn't have a 3D program. Before, it was such an awesome thing to have a 3D texturing program to hide all the seams. How do you blend the seams together? How do you blend one hue to another hue? How do you blend normal maps? Like, how do you blend displacement maps? All these maps, how are you supposed to blend them? How are you supposed to hide the seam? So that's why we came up with all these seam techniques. But nowadays, with a 3D 3D texturing package that we have, like Mari or Substance Painter, we don't really have to worry about it so much, because the program even will allow us to bridge those seams seamlessly, no pun intended, and also do such a perfect way of displaying the textures that you don't even know we made that cut. No such thing as hue blending, no such thing as value blending, nothing like that, but rather just taking that last pixel from off of the edge of the shell and then pushing that to infinity, or to wherever dilation we can get, or we set, so then we don't have that seam problem. So yeah, you don't have to worry about seams so much nowadays, but placing those cuts is still pretty important, still pretty critical, because you don't want a seam just like sitting right there in front of the viewer and then them realizing, oh, look at that, there's like a texture difference from that area to that area. We want it to be as seamless as possible, have the same textile density, which we didn't have before, by the way. I think this came at like 2014, 2014. I don't know if that's correct, but it came later. The textile density calculator came later. We would literally manually and by eye move and scale the shells, so then we would know whether the pixels are consistent between each of those shells. So yeah, whoever made that tool is such a genius. I think it came from Max too. 3ds Max. So yeah, I think that's just a transfer from Max to Maya. So make sure you're saving and deleting history. File save, delete the history in this. Okay, and then setting everything up again. So let's go ahead and move these guys here. Straightening these shells. There. Okay, so now it's just to give you sort of like a heads up. We're going to texture this lantern. We're going to texture this lantern next week. Make sure you're finished. Okay, make sure you're finished, because else you'll fall behind, and then now you gotta go and texture, UV the rest, and then go ahead texture. So it's better that you finish this today. It's honestly not a lot. It looks like it's a lot, but it isn't at all. So make those cuts, those proper cuts. By the way, this one is tucked in, it's crashing, so you could just make the cut, right in here. Just cut this right there. And unfold that, so now it's just a strip.
Do we need to like straighten all the curved strips and stuff?
Yes, try your best to. So for example, any strips that are kind of U-shaped, or bellowed, right? Yeah, straighten them out. So once you have the shortcut down, Shift S to Shift X to cut, Shift S to sew. Once you have that muscle memory down, it's pretty simple to double click on an edge and cut it, and then unfold it. Control U is the shortcut. Once you get the shortcuts down, it's all this is kind of like a no-brainer. But really, the methodical part or the thinking part of this will be when you are placing those cuts. Remember, you can hit G to apply your latest action. I hit G here, then it'll just kind of unfold. It'll just unfold. That, move it here. So I'm gonna do something a little bit different here. So I'm gonna straighten the UVs for this particular part with the holes on the sides. Okay, I'm gonna straighten the UVs. Just gonna let that straighten, and then I'm gonna relax the middle part. So the middle part is gonna look funky. It's gonna look boxed like this, while the rest look correct. So I'm gonna go ahead and select the middle part here with the holes. Okay, and then unfold U and unfold V, this part, and then optimize it. So now I have something kind of funky looking. From that, I can even, actually no, optimizing is not gonna work. Fold U and fold V. Okay, so I have something a little bit better, right? And it's a little bit wobbly. I mean, I can't get it perfect. I mean, you can try to get it perfect if you like. I wish there was such thing as like circular eyes or something. Circular eyes UVs. That'd be sweet. Or actually, you know what? Maybe. Wait, hang on. No. There's lattice. Lattice sort of works. I could lattice this into position. Like that. That sort of works. So tools, lattice. Or grab these tools, and then you could grab. Actually, the brush is too big. Ah. Do that. That'd work. Anyway, that looks pretty good. Rotate this. Kind of like that. Okay, let's straighten the UVs. Unfold U and fold V. So let's see what this looks like. do spherical on this one. There's a couple of ways of going about creating like UVs for a ball. Really wants to go back to that shape. So I'll just sew it then. And I'm gonna cut it right there. So this will be separate. The map size for textile density is 2K, so 2048.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll just display that right here, just in case anybody wants to see the map size there.
the opposite edges and then unfolding it doesn't really have an impactful change. So I'm kind of struggling trying to straighten everything.
Okay. Do you want to share your screen?
Yeah, for sure. So I'll just go with the quick option that you showed me first. UVs, grab the...
Yeah, make sure those ends are sort of relatively in the same alignment, the
As
same
one
level.
another.
Yeah,
Okay.
same level, same alignment. Okay, yeah. So select, yep, cool. And then select the middle. No, wait, undo that. So go into your UV mode.
Oh, UV.
Yeah, and then select the red parts. Just the
Oh,
middle.
just the red parts.
Just
okay.
the red parts. Yeah, you missed the corner.
Ye-
You missed the corner. Yeah, I think. Yeah, you missed. I think quite a bit there. The corner. Make sure you don't get the outside. Yeah, there you go. Unfold. There you go.
Okay. That's what I was missing. All right. Sorry about that.
No worries at all. Like, yeah, it's a tricky thing to do at the beginning.
Thanks, Harold.
No worries. So, any last minute questions here before we dip? Anybody?
Not for me, nope.
Cool. Okay, well, if you are confused in any way, please refer back to the recording or message me. It's all there. And if you're curious as to maybe how to solve certain problems, you could always hit me up as well. Email me, of course. But yeah, man, if there's nothing else, everything that we need to get all this laid out should be it. Like, you know, as I said before, a lot of the UVing you're going to do, this is probably like 60-70% of what you need to do. The rest are like, you know, I would even say confidently, since I showed you a couple tips, probably 80%. The rest are special case scenarios for sure. So keep that in mind. And then you'll obviously learn further from here on forward with UVs, and just keeping this kind of guideline in mind when you're setting up your UVs is a good thing. So hopefully you can refine this process over time and kind of do your own UVs the way that you're used to, or create your own way of making UVs, and then have you get used to that certain way. All right. Well, I think we're gonna call it an evening. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see some of you tomorrow if you guys are gonna be in my class tomorrow.
Thanks for class, Harold.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
guys.
Thank you.
No problem. See you guys next week. Yeah, see you, Daniel. Thanks.
Good week.
Have a good week, everybody. That goes for everybody else. Have a good evening. Thank you. We'll see you next week.